Oh, stop bloody ringing alarm. Temptation is great. My soul is not yours. Okay. They're hacking on my phone. Oh, look at my phone. So my soul is not yours. I can share. Right. Hello, Laura. Don't see you coming up. You demons can't get to me, I tell you. You're desperate. You're so desperate. Wow. It shows that the one near the end of the day is when you're awakened to truth. The Freemasons and the Freemasons, the shape-shifting demons, use gangstalking to target people. Now, what I saw and what I've uploaded is Nibiru, Planet X, comets, evidence that the pole shift has already started. Okay? They're making a lot of noise outside the window where I live as well. They're so desperate. So, you're not meant to have a full moon today, by the way. Powers that be. It's not until Sunday. So, you've got objects up in the sky at about the same time as the so-called sunset. Really, that is not the moon. It is a planet. It's an object. Yeah, it's been sprayed over and covered up. 2 video evidence I've got uploaded. Wow. So, 3rd of the 2nd, 2023. Learn evidence of, let me just see if it got also showing up on a weather camera, because it will just tell you a lot. So let's have a look at Cornwall, UK weather camera. See if it shows up. No, I knew it wouldn't. Oh, they're covering up so much deception in the skies. Right. Let's see if it shows up in Scotland with the camera. We live in a simulated reality. The oh my gosh. They put the false moon up a bit too early in the skies today. Yeah, it's not showing up. They put it up. I don't know what's a keen eye to see, but it's not a moon, it's a planet. Project Bluebeam's the way it began. So the first video was of the two so-called suns setting in the Far East, okay, and the skies. So I caught that on this channel on TikTok as well, so it's uploaded. Then, obviously, about what time was it? About uploaded the other video, and you'll see the high street. And what caught my eye, I stopped, and something told me to look up to the sky, which I did, and I caught it. Wow. But it wasn't a moon in broad daylight. It was not a moon. It was a planet as well, and it wasn't the sun, and it's been spread out as well. So I caught that, and I zoomed in best I could. Nobody else around me was looking up. Totally gaslighted by the puppet servants. It's so funny. Demonic. These are demonic souls that possessed. If you don't know anything about the spiritual life, we are starseeds. We've got souls. If you're enlightened, you're waking up. If you don't know what the Project Bloom is, Project Bluebeam project is, educate yourself to look and just research it. And my gosh, so after doing things, paying the usual bits and bobs I need to do, and that's what I saw. So just be aware. And since I got home, two public servants, two happening. There was a vehicle, NHS England, a limited companies foundation trust, the gaslighting outside in the road where I live, white with headlights on, wasting public funds. Then the gaslighters, who are paid perpetrators who do not officially, not official tenants, they're just military operation. This target program, military it is. Go and research it yourself.org and look at the subject of, again, stalking, Freemasonry, military black operations. This is real. It's not made up. So they plant people where you live, and so of course the perps. I got the audio evidence. These are all built up today. It's all linked. Okay. Then the fake. He's not vulnerable at all. Never has been. He's been planted there to move into fake. They fake electricity covered. They fake the wires going to his flat. Housing companies involved. They've been gaslighting me for years to block my repairs. You know what's going on, right? Next, suddenly the police. Come on, when do you need a police public servant? And you're ringing the emergency services, and you can't get an ambulance, okay? And you can't get a police round. So what that happens, since I've been in, the sirens goes over, noise campaign. They've been gaslighting me all day, and they pulls into the car park where I live and goes right to knock on number 7. Fake, wasting. What these are Nepians, reptilians, and the souls of these people. They're not people, they're bodies. Right. Description. Very tall, over 6 foot tall, larger shaped body. This one man. Okay, he's a shapeshifter, demon, reptilian in the body of a man. And I don't make this up. The next one was about 5 foot 10. And I recognised him before. He was a perpetrator going into a casino. I remember now, a couple of nights ago, I think, when I went to the loot shop, and they had a body camera on. Come on, I know a perpetrator and gaslighters when I know I see them. So I just laughed it off. It's pathetic, they are. Pathetic demons. Seriously, when you're spiritually waking up, you get all this. Yes, right? You get all this demonic things happening. You cast them out. You cast them out in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, our Saviour, died upon the cross, because these are now the end times. Absolutely 100% on that. So I find it that what they're doing is they're so desperate to get souls in the demonic realm, they have to intimidate, gaslight you, target you, and it's really heavily full on. Okay, so just be prepared with your soul, your spirit, and who you are, because never be afraid, because they feeding off the soul catching, they're feeding off the fear of humanity on this earth right now. And the more we fight back spiritually with our armor of our skills we have, the better it is. On a practical sense, you still need to be prepared. Because, right, so the next thing, right, I'm getting my electric, I'm coming home, get my bread by the local shop on the way home, and we do a plant in my way, a female blonde hair. She says this to me. This is what they do with the trigger words. I've got this recorded too as evidence. She says to me, oh, I can't remember specific words until I replay the video, audio. And she says to me, I'm in my wheelchair. She can't get to me, really. So, okay. So I'm just, putting my things away. And I was stopping. And she deliberately makes the big line for me. Oh, are you? Right, thanks. He says, do you remember me? No. Why? But she says, oh, I used to live at such and such a place. Well, I used to live, by the way, many years ago in the late 90s. The paedophilia, the ring I uncovered in the late 90s, exactly where that area is. But the key people who I uncovered ahead of the paedophilia ring of kids, right, they're now head of public servants. So I didn't blog all those years ago. I've never said anything to anybody about what I know and what I still know, and it's got even worse now. These key paedophilia rings are head of public servants, public sector side in England and certain areas, which I won't mention specifics, okay, because I'm not here to supply, but others do that. Because they see me a threat that I will expose them for what I know. They gotta gaslight me and target me and set me up, but it won't work, okay? Because I'm made of stronger things. My God, my protector, my spirit is protected. You can't get after me. So this woman, was trying to trigger me with the trigger words. She's planted there to imply something about my adult son, something about my adult daughter. And she says, oh, and she mentions the names, by the way. She says, oh, I was a kid back then, had brown hair. So I'm trying to think who she was. She says, yeah, my dad was coloured and my mum was whatever. And I'm trying to still think, and I can't recall, really seriously could not even genuinely recall who they were. It's a long, long time ago. I don't know, 30 years ago? God knows, I can't remember that far back, can you? So I said, no, I can't remember, sorry. And she really wanted to get a reaction out of me. It didn't work. So I said, okay. And she kept saying, how is my son and daughter? It's none of her business, right? So nobody's business. They're adults and they're right now. So I said, as far as I know, they're fine. And she couldn't get a response the way she wanted. And I saw her going off into the blue car. They're using the blue symbolism on me to imply medical. This is how they use the colour coordination. So, okay. Ted Goodston. Let's have a look at his audio. I'm just going to play this while my phone charges up in the background, if you can hear. So, yeah, we've got a lot going on in the world today. It's because I've got to get my dinner because I'm hungry. Oh, they're so desperate. It's a good job I've got all the evidence of this. Oh my God, the word out today. There's nothing new, is it? It's unbelievable, unbelievable what I've just witnessed today. And you just need to have your strength about you and discernment, because these are really they're just so desperate to shut people down with truth and knowledge, and just a bit of all seeing eye basically at the top of the pyramid in the world is non-human. And you need to look at the Stargate, the advanced technology. It's all linked. Nothing of this separate. Everything's linked. And people that uncover things and stumble across things and you find evidence, well, this is spiritual awakening, and humanity that is in that has that DNA and the genetic makeup for their spirit to be awakened, and they're not easily converted to the dark side. Bear with me. So I just got to get to it. And the perpetrators, right, they're hacking in my phone, and they're doing. So Freemasonry. If anyone out there has joined a fraternity, you know, at the pyramid at the top, you've done all these courses and you paid your membership. Do you know who you're really serving? You know, you're worshipping Satan. You really do know that, don't you? Manny P. Hall, have you read all the documents and the books, and have you read into the Satanist and the really do exist Satanists? Have you really gone into dive into the where the kids are gone? You know, where they kidnapped the kids, and have you gone into mine labs, the military back operations, the ground dumps? And it's not alien abductions, it's military. The technology is Stargate, Moonstruck. You've seen the videos I've uploaded. Have you researched that? Because it's a world we've all been lied to. You know, those that have that ability to wake up to know and knowledge and facts and truth. It really is wow. It is just wow. So anyway, I need to have something to eat. It's so demonic, isn't it? The times we're living in. And what they also do is hack into phones, hack into internet, and those other subjects. But anyway, UK Freemasons, you sold out. Sadly, if you say you really sold out, really sold out. This is just unbelievable, and it's like, anyway, I was gonna play Tuck Gunston. You can his link on educateself.org and the Illuminati. 1979, recorded 2005.
Yeah, if you want to check my work.
Okay, fine. Detroit, absolutely. Sure, yes.
Long. From looking at pictures of Jeff Cannon on the internet, it appears that he had a birthmark at one time, and there's been an attempt to erase it. I personally talked to one of the youngsters who was involved in this network. I've talked to several of them, and he assures me that Jeff Cannon is, in fact, Johnny Gosch. Well, how did Johnny Gosch get from West Des Moines, Iowa, 12 years old, all the way with a phony press pass into the White House as of a few weeks ago? Well, what happened to Johnny is that he was transported from West Des Moines, Iowa to Sioux City. He was placed on a farm for 3 weeks, sexually molested. He was taken to the mountains in Colorado, placed in a cage in a house of some sort, or a cabin, and then later he was used as a sex slave. They didn't kill him, they didn't sacrifice him, although a number of these kids are sacrificed in satanic ceremonies. Now, he escaped with another young man. They stole a car, and in 1997, Johnny knocked on his mother's door at 2:30 in the morning, Maureen Gosch, and said he wanted to talk to her. He was there with another young boy. He came in, he told Maureen, he says, "Mother, I was kidnapped. I've been placed in a covert military CIA controlled, mind control project and used as a sex slave." He said, "I can't come forward at this time because they will kill me." And then he left. Lorraine says that's the last time she talked to him, 1997. Now, several years after that, a girl named Burns, who was a producer for 2020, decided to do a story on the Johnny Gosch kidnapping and the Nebraska case. And she interviewed me. In fact, I spent 5 days with her, gave her the benefit of all my research, which is available to you folks also. And then she got a lead that Johnny was hiding out on an Indian reservation in northern Minnesota. She went there and flushed him out, and he basically went into hiding, and now he shows up at the White House. He was a mind control victim. If you don't know anything about MKUltra mind control program, it came into this country through the German scientists after World War II. They were involved with the Nazis during the war and prior to World War II in developing robots and individuals to be used on command for anything that they wished, including assassinations and other nefarious activity. The MK Ultra program, CIA mind control program, was investigated by Congress in 1987. Congress said, CIA, you got to quit doing that. You're bad boys. And they said, we will quit. Don't kid yourself. It's very active today. There are people like Barbara Hartwell out there who are mind control victims. She's another one who's been bashing me. I must be doing a pretty good job because I wouldn't have these people criticizing me on the internet like they do. And of course, it doesn't bother me in the least. But going back to the Nebraska case, MK Ultra, a lot of this training took place at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, which was Strategic Air Command headquarters. You recall after 9/11, the president flew to, I think it was south, someplace in Louisiana or New Orleans, and then he flew to Offutt Air Force Base in the afternoon, September 11th, 01. And they had a party there that morning at 9:30 in the morning. He missed the party. He was sorry he missed the party. Warren Buffett was there, by the way. And the MK program has been very actively administered, not only at Offutt Air Force Base, at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the place where Dr. McDonald's family was slaughtered in 1970. Now, the Nebraska case, and I don't want to leave that without telling you that in the early 1990s, Yorkshire TV came to the United States with a camera crew for 7 months to do a documentary on it. They went back to England, produced the documentary, and they brought it over into the United States. It was listed in the TV Guide to be aired on May the 3rd, 1994. When certain members of Congress found out about it, they threatened the cable industry with restrictive legislation. Somebody anonymously bought up the rights to the videotape or the documentary and ordered all copies destroyed. I just happen to have a bootleg copy of that documentary, and it is available. I have been selling these books and getting this report out of mine to anybody that's interested in it. And by the way, I have a 5-package deal for you at about a 15% discount, 15 to 20% discount if you buy all 5 items. So about 6 months ago, as any good investigator would do, I said, I'm going to get a copy of that TV Guide. I didn't have a copy. John DeCamp had one time, couldn't find it. That's typical of John, by the way. Good friend, great guy. And so I said, I'm going to get my own copy. So I wrote to TV Guide people. And I received a copy of the TV Guide for May 3rd, 1994. 10 p.m. Discovery Channel. It's not listed. A nature show is listed instead on the new reprinted edition. I'm not going to be outfoxed by these people. I went to the Los Angeles Times TV log. It's listed, Conspiracy of Silence. I called a friend of mine in Philadelphia, and I said, check the TV log for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Conspiracy of Silence is listed in the Philadelphia Inquirer. The power of the press. They changed and reprinted the whole TV Guide. It never has been shown publicly in the United States, and I doubt if it ever will be shown publicly. But as I said, it is available to you. Now, that's not the end of the story for me, because I am continuously probing, continuously working, continuously talking to various sources and putting it on paper and documenting and getting the word out. This is the direction that we have to go. Americans, for the most part, are oblivious to what's really going on behind the scenes. One of the things that, in addition to the McDonald case, that got me thinking was the Jack Kennedy assassination. So I checked into that. I was in charge of the FBI in Dallas, and also I was in charge in Los Angeles after Dallas. So in checking into the Jack Kennedy assassination, I learned, no question about it, that it was a joint hit by the CIA and the Chicago mob. Stan Giancana, head of the La Cosa Nostra in Chicago, 3 days before he was to testify before Congress, was shot and killed, murdered. This encouraged me to do more checking in some of these national terrorist acts that have taken place and other cover-ups in the United States. I interviewed a naval intelligence officer who, on December 4, 1941, received information that the Japanese were going to bomb Pearl Harbor. We had broken the secret code of the Japanese. He told me personally. On December the 4th, he gave it to his superiors. They passed the line. After Pearl Harbor, he was subpoenaed to testify before Congress. His boss called him in and said, "Don't worry about it, don't respond to the subpoena. Someday you'll know why." He never did testify before Congress. And he recently passed on, by the way. So we have not only a cover-up in these other areas, but looking at the national picture, Pearl Harbor. And look at Waco. The military was involved in destroying and shooting and killing, also the FBI, women and children in Waco. They used tanks, military tanks, in violation of posse comitatus, which is a law that says the military cannot be used to enforce a civilian population. They got away with it. There's an interesting story. I did some research on Waco. As I told you, I've done a lot of research. And I've, in many instances, I've not only been there, I've done that. And I've been on the scene. That's most of my retirement investigating these matters, including Oklahoma City, and I'll go into that in just a minute, 911 and so forth. But in Waco, there were 4 BATF agents who were shot and killed. Some of the Branch Davidians were tried, sentenced for these, quote, murders, and are serving prison terms today, probably for life. Researching the 4 BATF agents who were shot, his lip and into his body, probably from a helicopter. It's interesting to note that these 4 men, BATF agents, at one time were all bodyguards for former President Bill Clinton. That was Waco.
Now listen to this one. That's Fires, My Labs, and Anarchy.
Hi, hello. You're from Great Britain.
Yeah, I was born in Great Britain. I spent half of my life in the US, but I was born in Great Britain.
Okay. And yesterday, during the Project Earth, you explained that you were involved in oak tree project. You were one of the 42 children.
Not quite.
Not quite.
No. Project Oak Tree is a separate project, which is to do with finding the mothers to house the children. The Project Oak Tree was about finding the mothers who had specific wombs that would be able to house the children who would be born in the 1970s, which is connected to, I'm going to say IBIS, but I don't know if it goes by that name, but it's a name that's been thrown around. I think it has other names too. And there are other parallel projects similar to this one too.
Okay, the word super soldier sounds like
I don't like that.
You were involved in my lab. Is it true?
So it would depend how you would define the word MyLab. Do you know what MyLab means?
Okay, explain.
Military laboratory experiment. So a lot of the time when people think that they've been abducted by Greys or ETs, in fact, it's a military abduction instead, and they implant memories into your mind to make it seem as though you've been taken to Mars or taken to a ship, when in fact you've been in a dam, which is an underground military base.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff to talk about, so let's start from the topic of Mars. There is a place in Arizona where there's a special portal called Jump Room, where you can jump from Earth to Mars, and you did it. You were involved in some mission.
No, I don't know if it particularly in Arizona. I just have memories of going to Mars. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you remember?
Well, see, I don't remember it like that. Okay, I have two different specific memories. Okay, the first one involves me being in what was like a hotel room with a red carpet, and believe it or not, the current president of the United States was sitting cross-legged on a carpet facing a fire. Okay, fireplace. And I went up to him, and we started speaking to each other, and I called him sir, and I have no idea why. I instinctively called him sir. He told me then, follow the stairs up to the top and go through the red door. When you go through the red door, there's a military commander at the other end of the room. And so I followed. So he was very cordial and very nice to me. I followed through into the room, met up with this man with insignias, military insignia on there. He wasn't so nice. He had a big grin on his face. Red doorway and then blackout. Okay. The next thing I know, I'm in a military base. I can tell I'm in a military base because there's lots of people around with military garb, insignia around me. I could well have not been, but I'm going by my perception. And that was what I am assuming to be a jump room. So when I opened the door, flash, amnesia, no memory, then all of a sudden I'm there. This is the first one. The second time, I was in some form of ship. I was definitely a ship, and I was out of the atmosphere, and I was moving very, very, very high pace. And then there was a screen to the right of me, and it said on the screen, 1 minute to Mars, 50 seconds to Mars, 40 seconds to Mars, 30 seconds to Mars, 20 seconds to Mars, 10 seconds to Mars, and then flash. bright flash like that, and then I'm back in the same place again. So two different ways. It's interesting because that was this was in 2008. Okay, not too long after that, a band, a musical band came out that is called 30 Seconds to Mars, and I remember distinctly seeing on this thing it doing the countdown, and it said 30 Seconds to Mars. So you know, we can play with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you remember from Mars?
Not very much. Not very much. I remember being herded around with other men who looked similar to me. It seems as though all all the men or young men who were there with me were all about the same dynamic, same 6'2", 190 pounds, similar build, similar hair color, similar features. We were all roughly the same sort of size. All men, though. All men. See, I don't have lots and lots of memories of Mars. I have these.
Okay, so let's jump to some ancient topics. Anunnaki, Elohim, today. How do you perceive them? Are they still here?
They never left.
Okay.
Okay, they never left. So first of all, we're going to have to define what you think Elohim means. What are you referring to when you say Elohim?
Elohim, I think there are people like we, but they have the ability, the DNA, which allows them to survive hundreds or thousands of years.
Well, the word El, okay, so this is the truth of it. The word El has been used and inverted throughout time. It doesn't mean fallen angel. El was always associated with God too. So they, you know, if you look at all of the archangels, you'll find each one of them ends in the word El, right?
Yes.
Right.
Or this word also was changed as Il or Li.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. That's why you have a very powerful bloodline in China called, which is the Li bloodline. Is either Li or Lee. Bruce Lee connected to this line too. They are a lot of those. Bruce Lee was an ascended master, an Orion ascended master, who came down here to teach. And who they killed.
And he lives 33 years.
Now, of course. Well, you know, okay, so you have the master numbers 11, 22, and 33. He had achieved 33, which would be total enlightenment. So 11 is pure understanding. 22 is the master architect, the builder of all, and 33 is the combination of both of enlightenment and the ability to be a creator. 22 means architectural master. Okay, so just like a detour there.
Go back to
L, yes. So it depends, because the Bible has been inverted and switched around, and you know, so much. So the question is, what are they? It would depend. What are they originally? They're angelic, high vibrational, high density beings who are here for the benefit of releasing this encaged prison matrix system that is in place.
So would you say that Sitchin wrote the truth?
I've seen Sitchin at rituals, satanic rituals before. I would say that he's about 60% accurate.
60, only 60. Okay, but so it means that those.
And that's not implying that I was at those rituals, just to make sure nobody thinks that I was. Sometimes I remote view, so I look on and I'm able to see what's going on there.
But the Sumerian tablets were true. Only his translation was distorted.
Intentionally.
Yes.
Yes.
Because he cooperated with Rothschild. And,
Absolutely. He works for them, or worked for them.
okay, let's go back to Anunnaki Elohim.
Okay, well, we did the Elohim. What else did you want to know about the Elohim?
What is the difference between Anunnaki and Elohim?
They're not even remotely the same. There's nothing similar about them. The word Anunnaki in and of itself means people from the stars, right? So
yeah. So like today we say aliens.
Right. It has become a term used for a specific type of alien, though. So you have, but this is a repeat. Like you have the Osiris, Isis, Horus story, where you have Semiramis and her son Tammuz, and Semiramis, Nimrod, and Tammuz, and Christ, or God, Christ, and Mary. These are all the trinities that are the same story, the same principle. Okay, so with the Anunnaki, you have Anu, and then you have Enki, and then you have Enlil. In my opinion, so Anu would be the overlord, the overseer, perhaps like Jehovah, would principally like Jehovah, and for him to come down and live as a physical being, he would have to. It's one of the big secrets of Freemasonry is that the father becomes the son. So let's use Egypt as an example because it's an easy example. So the war went on between Osiris and Set.
Yes.
Okay.
Dark and light.
Yes. Yeah. Gathered together 72 of his cohorts and betrayed Osiris and stabbed him and then cut him up into 13 pieces, scattered them across the planet. Okay, with then Isis, with the help of a couple of others who are less important in my opinion, Isis then came. She found the pieces, but she didn't find the phallus. Okay, so she put them together, but she couldn't find the phallus. She knew that she needed to continue and propagate that bloodline because it was critical to what is happening now. If that bloodline hadn't continued, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing now. Okay, so she created through magic a golden phallus. Then she made love to Osiris that way, and then Horus was born.
Yes.
But the truth of that is Horus is Osiris reborn. Okay, Horus is Osiris. They're not separate beings. They're one and the same thing. So then the battle continued between Horus and Set, and went on and on. Set then took Horus's eye, took his eye out. So and Set, you could say Setian. The Setian consciousness is the dark, probably satanic, vampiric, parasitic consciousness that's here, right? So Set took Horus's eye. And then when you see in the entertainment industry, when you see all the time doing this, the reason they're doing this, is they're saying, ha ha ha, we got his eye, we took his eye. So it's mocking Horus, it's mocking the good, right? Okay, so where are we at? So these cycles that have gone on, I could give you 10 other ones. It's of the same principle. So the sun is born on winter solstice.
Yes.
Then he's betrayed Ishtar in Easter.
Yes.
Okay, and then he is brought back to life. And then he stands. So the cycle is
1 year cycle.
birth, betrayal, rebirth, birth, betrayal,
Rebirth and
death, rebirth. Yes, yeah. This is the magic of this cycle that we live in. If you can align yourself, this is why the religions do what they do, because you can align yourself with the power that goes with that. There's a lot of power to be taken from that. So when you have these I'm trying to think of the royalty and the presidents and their Christianity. They're not actually worshiping that. They're worshiping the ancient
ISIS and
under
Horus.
the guise
Yes,
of that. Well, they're worshiping Set. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
ISIS and Horus is Mother Mary and Jesus.
Yes. And Set would be Lucifer. Yes. Yes.
And this one eye on the top of the pyramid.
That's his eye.
The same.
Yeah, it's also mocking.
And also, we are watching you, Big Brother.
Sure. It's like this. It's like they took his eye because Horus is much more powerful than all of these beings. But it's like we took his eye, we put it up there, and we're using the good, his eye, to watch you. So it's double mock, double, evil.
Okay, so who are the Anunnaki today? Because we also have the reptilian bloodlines.
The Anunnaki are partially reptilian. They're partially reptilian. They have reptilian traits. You remember, there's about 6 or 7 different reptilian species on the planet, and they're all in a caste order. And they're very, very strict caste order, and they have no problem if you do not follow a rule or if you do not do what you are supposed to. They see all of their kind as expendable if something is not done right. And even if if you do continue to do what you're supposed to do, if you have no benefit to them anymore, they will get rid of you. Prince, the death of Prince that just happened is a prime example of that. There's his birthday, Prince dies, and then Victoria Wood, who is not particularly a big name, but you have Victoria in there. So you also have Victory, and you have Queen Victoria. Well, I believe Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth are the same being. I believe Queen Elizabeth I and Queen Elizabeth II are the same being. So you have they're using the energy of that. Also, Prince had a lot of life force energy. So then the murder, because he was murdered, the murder of him, then putting up the Temple of Baal in Times Square and in Trafalgar Square for 3 days. So you have, and that's the Trinity. So you have Prince, Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria, Trinity energy, opening the Stargate in Trafalgar Square, which is TS, and Times Square. It's to do with time travel too. Times Square. TS in basic numerology comes out to 39. T being 20, and S being 19. So 39 is, if we're going by the sun is 93 million miles away, then the inversion of if the sun is life-giving and life force energy, the inversion of that would be 39 to invert it. So you have the inversion of the sun, the gates of Baal opening. So what they, and I know what they're doing because I had a dream about it as well. They've opened the gates, and they're trying to bring Baal in here, and Baal is essentially Lucifer, really. Baal is Lucifer.
And Baal was Sumerian.
Baal has gone through many different names throughout time.
Yeah,
The
but
name Baal is a Sumerian.
he's depicted with those fish head,
Yes.
like the Pope has now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we can go Babylonian, Sumerian. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Now, yeah. So sorry. So what they're trying to do is they have to have a body. all these Goetian demonic entities are living disincarnate. They don't have bodies, right? They don't have bodies right now. Some of them do. Some of them do,
Okay.
but not all of them. So they need. So I believe that some of these projects were put together to create a physical body, so that when the time comes, that they can put this disincarnate body into the physical body.
Like one of the 42.
Possibly, I don't know. Possibly.
Okay. Let's go back to the to this world today. It seems to be some kind of opposition between the Jewish people, whatever they are, Sephardic or
The Zionists.
others, the Zionists together, and the other one was Aryans or Slavic people.
Mm-hmm.
How do you perceive this?
How do I perceive what?
This opposition.
Well,
it
okay,
goes on for time.
As it stands, okay, I'll explain. Okay, so, but I'm not sure. I'll do my best. Okay, so the Jewish race. I mean, it's so difficult because the Jews that we know of now only go back a few thousand years. This particular line, this Jewish line, goes back 50,000 years, Atlantean time. They weren't called Jews then, of course. Yeah. So whatever this line has a high reptilian DNA. The Aryan line, there's been for reason why you see something on a grand scale, and you ever seen a video of one police officer talking about it? Never.
So the most
Doesn't have
police
any
and
wonder
high
what's going on here.
government officials are tuned on it, exactly.
Why aren't they worried about it? You know, why aren't more people talking out? Because only a few know, and only a few are being beta tested to see how this program works. They're going to roll this out on everybody in the near future. Now, they don't have much time left anyway, so don't get too afraid.
10 p.m.
Yeah, at least in the 30, 40
So
years. Don't have
about
that.
how many?
They have 12 years maximum. But I'm being guided by the Spirit.
Police can stalk.
They have less than that. Because they're doing some things that are so horrible. God's going to
Cast
intervene.
out
Really
your
soon here.
demons.
If he doesn't come back, there'd be nobody left. You'll see people, but there'll be nobody
But it's
left.
not just them, it's others too.
You'll see people, but there'll be no flesh left. And if you can figure that out, you'll figure out what they're doing to everybody. Anyways, God, what I'm gonna say now is reality. This is truth. Yeah, I'm almost 50 years old, and I learned a lot along the
The
way.
non-human
I learned don't
entities.
really say things unless you got proof of them. That being said, what I'm gonna say, I can prove, but I cannot prove it now. I mean, I can prove it, but I'm not to share how you prove it yet. Reptilian hybrids are real. They're humanoids. They have an agenda. They think they're smarter than you, maybe because they probably are.
Two old folks contractors,
they
you see,
definitely can do.
this is what they send.
No, I can't prove, but
The symbolism.
the reason why I think so is they're so organized. They're more like they're more like a nest, like the bees. How the bees are. It's all for the common goal of each other. They're more united than we are.
Watch the hackers, by the way. I'll show you this one. Be careful with this one. The hackers.
That has to do with being redeemed through God.
Let me show you
this.
this.
To fall away, you have to become your own person.
But
To hell.
and don't click on the link.
You have to be separate. That way you have a free will, a choice. They don't have free will like you. They're
No content.
More,
You can tell
more,
it's a lock account, so don't
they do
even
things for
believe in
the
this.
nest. So they
So we're going to
do
block
it
it.
like you and me do it. For well, we do it for our own reasons, but our reasons are usually our own individual reasons why we do things. They don't do it that way. They work for the nest. So there is a way to see them. God has revealed to me there is a way to see them, but God wants the glory for it. I don't get the glory for it. God gets the glory for it. See, they uploaded a chilling hybrid video in November.
Hello, Empowered. I missed your call earlier. I missed your call. How are you?
I went to the hospital and the doctor there. I'll make their name.
Getting really heavily attacked around there. Do you like the subject?
And sicker, and I pulled that thing out, and I got better at that. It was the IV. I guarantee you that. I mean, if I'm pulling back, I see the IV out, I'm better. It's the IV.
How are you?
To confirm it.
How's it going in your area down
At
there?
a stoplight, turn around, this man shut the door, trying to get to me.
Oh, they've been heavily doing the usual.
His motor was still on.
That can't go.
And
Get the trolls on there.
months later, I found because every time they came after me, like they confirmed their hybrid was real. They confirmed they were coming for me.
So,
The third thing confirmed is I was being stalked. This is all God and them. See, they're telling themselves God is allowing them to do it,
sending them a false delusion.
I tell you, it's been one of
They
those, you
click
know.
the button into the base, and then boom. So 3, I'm being gang stalked.
10 o'clock. I know
The
something.
4th one was a few months later from the reptilian hybrid video upload.
Yeah.
I had 2 huge Marine guys trying to sneak in my window at 1 o'clock in the morning. I was getting ready for bed, and I saw a shadow of a man walking down my steps. Now, I don't think the man was really even there. I believe in my heart that God put that there so I would be aware of God. I totally believe that. I don't think anybody was on my porch. However, down below,
I can tell Hacky
I could hear someone creeping around down
again.
the window. I opened the window, I could hear someone downstairs creeping around in the grass. Cops came out, they don't want to shine the lights.
They haven't done that.
I saw them do it. I saw the cop go, and they snuck off. First cop. Second time, they hung up on me.
Radiation is quite
The
strong.
third 911, phone's ringing, that voice came on and goes, "No one's gonna help you." Something like that. Brother was saying the night, he goes, "What was that?" He thought it was crazy.
So you comment empowered, but
And
it's
he
not
goes,
showing up
"What was
my
that?"
actual
You tell me,
update.
you're crazy. You're gonna help you.
And I said hello.
Why would someone be hacking? This is now we're at 3 in the morning. No one would hack into my phone at 3 in the morning.
They always hacking in my phone at the
Especially
moment.
during a 911 call, unless this is
You're always
serious.
hacking in. Yeah. Let me
My
tell you.
brother heard that. This is a true story. I live on Louisiana Street, North Park. This is a true story, folks. This is the San Diego police trying to.
They're at Jillian, right, on Burger Boy's YouTube channel. And I'm putting in, they're hybrids, I know they are. And they're taking over the souls of others. It's not conspiracy at all. So I'm deliberately putting in the chat links. He's not getting hacked. I'm putting in other people I've seen through all this as well. So psychologically, whenever we replace personal meditation and sight, this is all obsessive attacks, Freemasons, demonic. I'm not saying everyone's, you know, the key high-ranking ones. I said, what's this guy's channel? He won't put it in. I'll keep playing it.
So we called the third time. The voice wasn't happy. The phone's ringing. The guy who's 911 was the first dispatcher. He was the
Missed your call
on
5-7.
the phone.
You okay?
Cops came out. My aunt lives in the front house. My uncle, my older brother, they came out. And all of a sudden, there was like 9 people in the backyard.
They're
So I felt a
desperate
little
to have
safer,
my
but the cops
phone.
aren't my friends. They're supposed to be there to protect us. We give them our trust, and they abuse our trust. The 2 cops running the thing kind of surrounded me. One got around me, and the older cop with the mustache goes, "You're on a match. Go back inside." I'm like, "Wow, where's my drug test? Where's my jury trial?" I had to beg these cops for 20 minutes to shine their lights
until they take it over, which they're not going. They already lost. You already lost. So the storyline is over, but we're just playing it out.
So when
I don't know time.
did they lose? But
When
they lost on Mars.
Well, first of all, if you remember, there is no such thing as time. So it's critical that you understand
Okay,
that.
they lost. So why do they still play that?
Because they like it.
Okay, they like the game.
Yes. This down here, they even call it the game.
Uh-huh.
Do you know why?
Max
Because there's nothing like pleasures of the flesh. There's nothing else there's no other incarnation on this in this universe where you can get it. the pleasures you can. And I mean, you say that people say that you know, in these high frequencies, the feelings that you get are, you know, blissful. But if you're in a physical 3D flesh body and you're also experiencing these things, there isn't anything comparable to it. So so what they want to do is they want to keep this body, stay in this body for eternity, and have a 1,000-year Reich that is coming up of peace, and then start the war again, and start war again for 1,000 years, and stop and have peace for 1,000 years. And that's how they want to do it, continually. Yeah, and not age, because if they age and die, then they have to then they have to face some things that they've done.
Aging is for the people. They have technology to be young.
That's
They have
right.
technology to regress age, yes.
I have a friend who did a lot of research about the Second World War, and he met some German ex-soldiers who now should be like 90, 100 years old.
Yes.
And when they come to Poland to visit those places, they are very strong.
50, 60, yes. Yeah, like when he should be 120 years old now. He lives in New York, and he looks like he's 50 years old, continuing his work.
Do you have seen him?
No, I don't even like thinking about him.
Okay, and
he's the one who did twinning stuff with me.
It's disgusting.
How do they do that? What is the technology about?
What is what?
The technology of age regression.
How is it? Well, I'm not a scientist. I would hazard a guess that the original, so your core DNA always stays the same. So it has all the imprints inside it of what you looked like when you were 10, what you looked like when you were 20. So they go inside of there, and then they attach to a particular age there, and then they manifest or create that or recreate that part. Like if you lose a limb, the limb isn't really gone. Yes, so there's a holographic, so then they can just throw it that way. Now they can clone. It used to take them, you know, a day or 2 or 3 or 4 days to clone a human being. Now they can clone another being in an hour. There's many clones of me around. My girlfriend had seen multiple clones of me before in different countries. Yeah. Also messing around in a hotel. When I was staying in a hotel, I had left to go and do something, and she said, she looked over and she's like, Max, she's pointing over to me, and this guy didn't turn his head around, but you know, it was identical to
this
me.
is the one
He ran off, looked for him. He'd gone. It's starting to confuse and cause chaos. Somebody said to me the other day, weren't you in St. Louis in America like a week ago? I saw you. No, I wasn't. This happens to me all the time. Yes, very much. I'm a guardian to a number of people too. So I came down here. It's not just that. I came down here to take care of certain people as well. I knew who they were when I've known they've been for some time. So I know who they are, where they are, and how to do it. How do I do it? It's very difficult to explain because I just know. I just know how to do it. I do a lot of visualization exercises. I do my higher self, who sees, who has full understanding of exactly what's going on. If I just keep in touch with him, he sort of gives me the go ahead to go this way or that way. Okay, so the person that you're speaking to now is my front altar. So this is the max altar. This is there are many other ones that do many other things. Multiple other ones that do many other different things.
So you mean one soul in different bodies?
Now, soul, I don't know if soul is not the correct word. They call it DID, dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah.
So it's an identity. So you could perhaps say that the altar is an individual identity, a separate identity with different abilities, different understanding, different ways of doing things. I change color from one altar to another.
So catching, so with a harvesting unit, moon,
Yeah.
don't go to the light.
Yes, I hear that all the time too. Okay, it's very difficult not to, isn't it?
Yeah, yesterday you said don't go to the light.
No, it's false light. It's trick.
Okay, trick. So when someone dies and sees the tunnel,
Yes.
then what to do?
Go straight to your heart. Close your eyes if you can. Or
If you don't have the body, how can you have feelings at the heart level?
just because you don't have a physical body, you still have the understanding that you had a body. Just because somebody told me one time, death is no cure for ignorance. So just because you die, doesn't mean that that has a double meaning. But the first meaning of that is if when you were alive you were doing this, that, and the other, and that wasn't so good, that doesn't mean that when you die you're all of a sudden going to be enlightened and know everything. So it's not a cure for ignorance that way. Okay. Also, when you die, you're still very, very, very attached to the 3D world. And so, you very well still have feelings of the body. You may not feel the pain or any of that, but you will still have it. But the energy fields that run from here to here are still there. So you can always, heart is sort of a God source. So you can always go there. So you go there.
Okay. And let's go back to the duality and protection. Many people teach how to protect themselves from outside attacks. But when you have the idea of protection, it means that you have external enemy. It's like duality. It's also creating position. So isn't it better to have the idea of unity?
I'm not quite sure you understand the question. Can you ask me again, please?
Yeah, some people are attacked and the others are not attacked. And those
Everybody's not attacked. Everybody is attacked.
everybody,
Yeah. It's a war on the human heart, on the human beings. Everybody's attacked.
but if someone is in his or her heart totally, like enlightened being,
There isn't one. No.
so everybody has to protect,
Yes. Yeah.
even after leaving the body.
When, at what point? Give me an example of when you're leaving the body.
When you
You mean death?
death, yeah,
Okay. Death. Death is what?
transition to another dimension.
Yeah. So you transition to the dimension that you transition to is all love, light, and free and happiness.
Depending on who you are.
No. It isn't. No, the war continues there too. 3D is anchoring down the rest. And until it is dealt with here, and until this is fixed, it's causing trouble for the other higher frequencies too. That's why the higher vibrational beings are incarnating down here to help, because it's been going on too long now.
Yeah.
It's really been going on so long that and you know, people are not realizing it's so in your face. It's so clearly in your face, and that people are still not realizing that it's going on. That pedophilia is becoming acceptable on television.
Yeah.
That they're inverting sexuality. That they're emasculating men. That they're masculizing females. I mean, it's so blatantly obvious, and it disgusts me that people are still not paying attention to it.
It's kind of boring that this nonsense prevails.
Yes.
And
So I think boring is a very light word for what I feel.
yeah. Okay, so let's say that knowing all this, I decide I quit from this game. I want to leave this game.
You can't.
So who decides if I can leave it or not? Don't I have free will?
No. You have the illusion of free will. They made you think you have it, but you don't.
This planet is the planet of free will.
No, it's not.
No? What about those enlightened masters?
Mm-hmm.
Haven't they?
The enlightened masters you're talking about, like the yogis, etc., just have they serve. So they're here helping others who are still watching soap operas on television and eating cheeseburgers. So they're here to help them. They have a mastery of the 4D, so they can do a lot of work in 4D. But they are far from able to leave. Excuse me. They're far from being able to leave, because you can't leave until this is fixed.
How would you describe the solution for this game to be finished? The game goes on.
Well, it has been going on because it's stuck in a time loop. We're looping over and over again. And I said before, and said in the speech, that there's a window opening that's now. And so we have an opportunity to break out of it. We have an opportunity now. This is a repeat of what happened 13,000 years ago.
Yes.
When we lost in Atlantis. Then a lot of the priests, I was part of the priesthood then. Although I was working also with this to find out what was going on with the scientists, and then bringing back information to the priesthoods so we could find out what they were doing. But when the cataclysm happened 13,000 years ago, my group went underground and went into the inner earth, and we stayed there for a very long time. And then we came out again in Egyptian times, and then I was who I was in Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
I remember multiple lifetimes that I've had.
Okay, so you said we have the opportunity now.
Yeah.
What should we do to fulfill this opportunity, not to waste?
What we do is what we're doing. Speaking, doing conferences, but we need a television outlet. I need to get onto a so that it can get out to a bigger audience, because I know that the people who are drawn to listen to what I'm saying are the ones who were doing this work back then as well, and they'll remember. And remember, they have also encoded in their DNA implants in the DNA to wake them up at certain times, so that through phonetics, sounds in my voice and in others' voices too will then spark that to wake up, so then they know what to do. Because there's no time. This year is the year they're going to bring out this particular being. They've already done it.
Lucifer?
You can use that word.
Okay, what for? To continue the cycle, to have the fascist system?
Right.
No, no, fascist. No. It's more of a, like, anarchistic, debauched, vile system. They're going to destroy the temple in Jerusalem,
Yes,
rebuild it, and he will sit on the throne.
there you go.
And for the world order.
Yes,
Yeah.
laughing that he has for his eye.
This year.
The preparation is happening this year. It's happening.
This year, June, in Poland, there will be the biggest military training exercise.
Wonder why?
And parallelly, in France, we have soccer games. You know, France, a lot of Islamists.
Why? Is it Euro?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Euro 2016?
Yes.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah.
They're holding it here?
In France.
Okay. Very interesting.
And the same, parallelly, huge military exercise.
I remember like the World Cup and the Euro Cup. They're all big harvesting exercises. All sport is fixed. Yeah, every single sport is fixed. On every level. They would never allow it to be, because they are fear-based, parasitic mentality. They will not allow two teams or two people or two fighters to go at it unless they control both of them under any circumstance.
Okay, and you mentioned the word implants. If someone has
The advert is 1920.
how
No, 1952.
is there any way to
There's different people. There's different sorry. There's different people who have like those abilities to do that type of thing. I mean, are you asking me to give you names, or
no, let's say someone has implants in the brain.
right?
How can each person deactivate or remove it?
I don't know. Yeah, you have to go to somebody who knows what they're doing. I don't do that. I don't. I know people who have done it, and I've had work done on me. I had a lot of heart damage done to me throughout this life, and so I had some amazing help that saved me, basically saved my life, because they knew that this person knew that what I was going to be doing now.
And last question: what happened that you woke up and realized that?
Okay. I always knew. I always sort of knew, even when I was little. I always knew, because strange things were always happening to me. I always, just from the beginning, I would be in strange laboratories with people with lab coats asking me to do tests. Do this. I've had experiences with doing with. They use me as a breeder to breed, to create children, and then they would have me play with the children, because so that the children would become more human, because if they're always brought up with sentient, non-emotional entities, they won't be able to fit into society. So that they would take me. What could you understand?
The mothers were not human.
The mothers weren't even that they were created. So the sperm and the ovum was put together and then built, like building blocks. No mother. With me?
Kind of.
Which part don't you understand?
Which
You can build a child without a mother.
that's synthetic.
Well, yes, semi-synthetic because it's still sperm and egg. So there's
And the fluid, the proper.
yeah, absolutely. Sometimes the mother is used to nurture. Sometimes the father. They try out every different type of experiment, possible one, to see what they can do. I can only speak from my experience, and so for me, I had one particular one was a little Asian boy, and I spent a number of years going to see him and teaching him telekinetic abilities. I would move blocks. Move blocks into different shapes, and then he would look and smile at me and then copy me. And so we would do hours and hours like that. And they would take me in a lot of laboratory work, lots of lab work, hooking me up to things, and testing. I don't know if it's like I don't know. I know that they do IQ, but IQ is so nothing really. Intelligent quotient means very little. They did that, and they do other tests as well. And so then they would give me they would explain to me what they meant and why they did that, and what the results were, and why they needed to use me, and because I have creator energy, creates a specific gene inside of me which allows me to create physical reality very fast. So they hijacked a lot of my abilities and made me build things that I didn't want to do, that I didn't want to build.
How do you mentally move things?
How do you do it? You would connect with the energetic signature of and then you would do it that way.
So also you can kill people.
Yes.
From distance.
Yes.
Just doing something inside the body.
Yes. Yes.
Some of the super soldiers are specialists.
Well, they try and do it to me all the time. They try and raise my heartbeat up, try and give me a heart attack all the time, and they try and do black magic on me all the time. It's funny, really, because the cheap ones that try and do it, they do voodoo. They make voodoo dolls too, and they try and pull pins from voodoo dolls, and they're so low down. They think that they're like a lot more powerful than they are. And if somebody tries to do black magic on me, I get images in my head with it hours beforehand. I've shown that it's going to happen. So I immediately defend the parts of my body.
Do you send it back to them?
I mirror it. I mirror it back to them. I could 7 times it, and I don't do that because that then carries consequences and karma, and I don't need any more of that.
Okay, so if someone was attacked by
some people would like to use crystals to try and harm, and which is just evil, because crystals are creative. Yeah, and it's those types that are the lower sort of vibrational beings who they're sort of like fleas. You know what I mean?
if someone has a doll for attacking.
Yeah. The voodoo doll?
Yes.
Yeah. I saw somebody put one the other day to do to me.
Okay.
I saw them build it.
How to
neutralize it?
Yes.
You throw. There's a number. I don't want to give away too many secrets, but one of them. I would just put. I would put a field. I would put a field around the doll itself, the poorly made doll itself, and then I would put a mirror around the face of the person doing it, so they would have to look at their face, and then that would frighten them. They don't like to see themselves because they're very insecure. These people who do this are very insecure. They don't like themselves. They don't like themselves. They don't really like to even see themselves. They're like the old hags from in Snow White. They come first of all. They look and then
And isn't it better to exchange the personal signature of the doll? Like someone attacks you with the person who attacks?
Oh, I did that too.
Okay, so it's one of your secrets.
It's not a secret now.
It's also like my invention.
Well, that's perfect. What you do is you just change that, so then they try all that looks like it's so cheap. It's so cheap. Like, oh my, no, it could work on somebody who doesn't really know about these things. But this is old world stuff. I'm now dealing with advanced stuff, like much more advanced. Okay, you don't have to do ritual and ceremony to do magic or creation at all. You can create here, right now, instantly, immediately, this way. Yes.
So why do they still do those stupid rituals?
Because they're stuck in that. It's an addiction. They're addicted to the old world.
Stupid.
Yeah, very stupid. Yeah, very stupid. So they're gonna get there. They're gonna get there.
Okay. You are tired, so let's finish at this point. Maybe you want to say some conclusion.
Yes. Okay. I would like to thank some amazing people who've come into my life. Who have I'm not looking into this camera.
Yes.
I would like to thank some amazing people who put my jacket on again. Sorry. Now say thank you. I would like to thank the people that have come into my life over the last 5 years, who have stood by me, who have loved me, who have loved me even though I've been a pain in the ass sometimes, and helped me through my difficulties, because along with the trauma that comes along with all that stuff, I didn't have a chance, but I would like to at some point address addiction and trauma-based mind control, because they are synonymous. They do go hand in hand. Schizophrenia and mind control all go together, and this is something that needs to be talked about, because people are ostracized for those things, and this needs to be talked about. And so I would like to thank my dear partner who had put up with all of my stuff for 6 years. Sarah Adams. I would like to thank Madeline, who has also helped me out and stood by me. I would like to thank Danusha, who has also put up with me and supported me and been very kind. My mother, and I would like to thank all the wonderful people who are standing, and you, sir, as well, for interviewing me and giving me this experience. And I'm sure I've forgotten some people, but these people just sprung to mind. I especially want to, Sarah Adams, who was my partner, who put up with a lot from me. Thank you very much, and wonderful to meet you.
Thank you. You are wonderful.
Oh, thank you. I'll keep telling you the truth. Happens to me all the time.
For sure, you're attacked.
Yes, very much. I have to do a lot of work to not get harmed. But also, I'm a guardian to a number of people too. So I came down here as not just that. I came down here to take care of certain people as well. I knew who they were when I've known who they've been for some time. So I know who they are and where they are and how to do it. How do I do it? It's very difficult to explain because I just know. I just know how to do it. I do a lot of visualization exercises. I do. There's my higher self who sees who has full understanding of exactly what's going on. If I just keep with him, he sort of gives me the go ahead to go this way or that way. This version is the person that you're speaking to now is my front altar. So this is the max altar. This isn't. There are many other ones that do many other things. Multiple other ones that do many other different things.
So you mean one soul in different bodies?
Now, soul, I don't know if soul is not the correct word. They call it DID, dissociative identity disorder. So it's an identity. So you could perhaps say that the altar is an individual identity, a separate identity with different abilities, different understanding, different ways of doing things. My eyes change color from one altar to another.
Soul catching, soul harvesting unit.
On the moon?
Moon.
Yeah.
Don't go to the light.
Yes, I hear that all the time too.
Okay.
It's very difficult not to, isn't it, though?
Yeah. Yesterday you said don't go to the light.
No. It's false light. It's trick.
Okay, trick. So when someone dies and sees the tunnel,
yes,
then what to do?
Go straight to your heart. Close your eyes if you can.
Well, if you don't have the body, how can you have feelings of the heart level?
Just because you don't have physical body, you still have the understanding that you had a body. Just because somebody told me one time, there's no cure for ignorance. So just because you die doesn't mean that that has a double meaning. The first meaning of that is if when you were alive you were doing this, that, and the other, and that wasn't so good, that doesn't mean that when you die you're all of a sudden going to be enlightened and know everything. So it's not a cure for ignorance in that way. Okay. Also, when you die, you're still very, very, very attached to the 3D world. And so, you very well still will have the feelings of a body. You may not feel the pain or any of that, but you will still have it. But the energy fields that run from here to here are still there. So you can always, heart is sort of God source. So you can always go there. So you go there.
Okay. And let's go back to the duality and protection. Many people teach how to protect themselves from outside attacks. But when you have the idea of protection, it means that you have external enemy. It's like duality. It's also creating opposition. So isn't it better to have the idea of unity?
Okay, I'm not quite sure you understand the question. Can you ask me again, please?
Some people are attacked and the others are not attacked. And those
who is not attacked? Everybody is attacked.
Everybody.
Yeah. It's a war on the human heart, on the human being. So everybody's attacked.
But if someone is in his or her heart totally, like enlightened being,
There isn't one.
no?
No.
So everybody has to protect,
Yes. Yeah.
even after leaving the body.
When? At what point? Give me an example of when you're leaving the body.
When
You
you
mean death?
death, yeah.
Okay. Death. Death is what?
Transition to another dimension.
Yeah. So you're transitioning to. Do you think that the dimension that you transition to is all love, light, and free and happiness?
Depending on who you are.
No. It isn't. No. The war continues there too. 3D is anchoring down the rest, and until it is dealt with here, and until this is fixed, it's causing trouble for the other higher frequencies too. That's why the higher vibrational beings are incarnating down here to help, because it's been going on too long now. It's really been going on so long that and people are not realizing it's so in your face. It's so clearly in your face, and that people are still not realizing that it's going on. That pedophilia is becoming acceptable on television. That they're inverting sexuality. That they're emasculating men. That they're masculizing females. I mean, it's so blatantly obvious, and it disgusts me that people are still not paying attention to it.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of boring that this nonsense prevails.
Yes.
And also,
So I think boring is a very, very lightweight term for what I feel.
yeah. Knowing, so who decides if I can
Is you all
leave
seeing
it or
our
not? Don't I have free will?
non-human?
No. Make you think you
Oh,
have
stop
it, but you don't.
patriarchy, people.
This planet is the planet of free will.
No, it's not.
Cast you out.
No.
Constantly hacking.
What about those enlightened masters?
Mm-hmm.
Haven't they?
The enlightened masters you're talking about, like the yogis, etc., just have they serve, so they're here helping others who are still watching soap operas on television.
Yeah, exactly.
Eating cheeseburgers.
You said that right.
They're here to help them. They have a mastery of the 4D, so they can do a lot of work in 4D, but they are far from able to leave. Excuse me. They're far from being able to leave because you can't leave. It's fixed.
How would you describe the solution for this game to be finished? The game goes on.
Well, it has been going on because we're stuck in a time loop and we're looping over and over again. And I said before, and I said in the speech, that there's a window opening that's now. So we have an opportunity to break out of it. We have an opportunity now. This is a repeat of what happened 13,000 years ago when we lost in Atlantis. And then a lot of the priests, I was part of the priesthood then. Although I was working also to find out what was going on with the scientists, and then bringing back information to the priesthoods so we could find out what they were doing. But when the cataclysm happened 13,000 years ago, my group went underground and went into terror, and we stayed there for a very long time, and then we came out again in Egyptian times. I was who I was in
How are
Egypt.
you? Long time here.
I remember multiple lifetimes that I've had.
Okay, so we have the opportunity.
This is amazing.
What should we do?
They killed that spies off.
Fulfill this opportunity.
This
not
is
to
the
waste.
video channel.
What we're doing. Speaking doing conferences.
And how's it
but
gone now?
we need a television outlet. I need to get onto a so that it can get out to a bigger audience, because I know that the people who are drawn to listen to what I'm saying are the ones who were this work back then. They'll remember. They have also encoded their DNA implants in the DNA to wake them up at certain times.
There you go.
So that through phonetics, sounds in my voice and in others' voices too will then start that to wake up, so then they know what to do. There's no time left. This year is the year they're going to bring out this particular being. They've already done it.
Yes, they have.
You can use that word.
Okay, what for? To continue the cycle?
To rule.
To have the fascist system?
No, fascist. No. It's more of like an anarchistic, debauched, vile system. They're going to destroy the temple in Jerusalem.
There you go. Do you hear that? They could destroy the temple in Jerusalem, Middle East. It's all prophecy. And this is, they killed them off, Max Spires, the Milabs, Anunnaki, Voodoo, and the Tiny. It's just, there's a lot of evidence, reference to that. And they don't want you to know these truths. So let me go in to say hello. They've been hacking my phones all day. Oh, right. Okay. I'm just... Yeah, it's not a balloon. It's a comet. Oh, my gosh. What a day. I've got to share this and all now. Changing the subject altogether. Oh, my gosh. Against the Grain YouTube channel. He saw what I saw. The plane of what's in the sky is what I saw today. I'm just trying to catch up the things I've got to do. Oh my lord. Can you put the video link? I don't know how to put links in the chat. I need to learn how to do that. I understand nothing. You said then. No, I've got to find it. This originally was the video channel. Let me find it again. Where was I? Matt Spires. Okay, so let me screen share this one. I don't know how to do the sharing. I mean, posting links in the chat. I wish I knew how to do that. Yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute, the second part of the subject. Right, this is the one. This and TI channel, and he's got excellent information. He found a website I posted in a different platform, Discord, and this is where you'll find that video. I'm going to share it. Okay. It's quite amazing that he posted quite a few videos. I shared a website with him and he someone did, you know. Right, here you go, 2 weeks ago. The last interview Matt Spires as well. There's other ones. I mean, he's very good at research, despite what he's personally going through. So I've already seen this.
Christian Bale. Now, if you look at his name, yeah.
I've already seen this a while ago. Okay. So, oh no, what's that? So okay, so that's that one. Now, Against the Grain YouTube channel, I need to share this. I can't play it. I'm just going to play the audio, and this is where you find this channel. Okay, it is not a balloon. It's a comet, and that's what I saw in the sky too. Okay, I saw it with plain eyes. I'd like to know if it's a similar time that I saw it today, and I'm uploading that video. That's what I meant to say. It's a grain used in Croatia. I have to not play it, but show you where to go and watch it. And I'm going to play the audio in the background. Okay. I just started sharing this. You can watch it playback. You know what I saw today, and I've got a video off. It's just, you know, you get that gut feeling, you know what you're
encrypt or decrypt or you say the
introduce Igor, I think his name.
before the the time
It is the false flag of the balloons, are covering it up. What's going on?
of the events. Just to remind you, read the article that I wrote on my blog, how to a hypnotized person can be assured that he is hypnotized. If you want to read this article on the blog, there is flags, and if you want to read the blog in your own language, so let me read this or choose this. Read this one to
Just gonna skip
support this. How they say in Croatia. We are about United States East Coast. Have this little. It's all that this is really very immersing.
on
These satellites are hanging on the balloons. So I don't know which version of this it's more shocking. But let me tell you, in fact, what is the pure evidence that this is what is going on. So, first of all, American Army, American Air Force, they are shooting down everything what is suspicious above the United States. And now there is some strange decision that nobody will shoot down a Chinese spy satellite. This is ridiculous.
Okay, I'm gonna play the audio. So there's the channel link. Okay. So click on my channel. Let me just go back to your comments. I understand nothing you're saying except then nothing. What's the name of the video channel? I just shared it. Unfortunately, a lot of people going through. What would you type the title on the channel chat? Title me Against the Grain. I just shared it. I just showed you on the live stream, so people can go and see it themselves. Again, okay, let me show you the title, and I'm going to play the audio. Against the Grain, the logo, quite easy to be found. There you go. Okay, there you go. Right. Okay. Right, I'll put the audio on. If I get cut off, it's not me.
Look at that shit. So it's like the buildings from China. This is the coast shit. 1,639. This is probably the year when this comet is coming from your one. So So this is one of the comet which is passing over the buildings at the 1st of the February, but in the night time. So this is not the one. Let's go forward. So this is so-called this balloon, but you can see there is nothing hanging down from this balloon, because if anything is hanging down like this satellite part, it is visible, clearly visible here. This is zooming like forward. This is another one. Now pay attention on the texture of this object. Just a moment, I'll try to even go. Look at that here. If I even go like this, you will see that. Look at that here. So this is the negative. Look at this rings like a straight, just like on the Jupiter, and still you don't see any part of the technique that is hanging on this, because there is not. And this is something what is what was inserted in between all these videos and photos, but in fact did not belong to this videos, because this is not the part. But they want to show this picture that this is something, but we are not that stupid, aren't we? Let me show you this. So these are the three versions of this, what we got here. This is the actual version of the private video in the negative, in the inverted mode, and this is this what we call what that satellite part, which is hanging under the balloon. As you can see, nothing is hanging down. Now let me show you this another one, because this is a crucial one. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3 of these separated parts, which is hanging on this something that got nothing to do with this, with our so-called balloon, but it's a common TTF. I will show you now in the moment. This is common TTF, and I will show you, and I will prove you that, because how much more proof do you need that that will be the coincidence? It's not. And now this second one that they are launching, as you can see, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 parts of this, what is hanging down, and here we got 3 parts. So this is not the one. So let's go back here, and this is what I capture on the Scottish camera. This is the original Comet CTF E3 captured with a telescope and with the camera on the mounted telescope, and this is the light that appeared at 7:40 in the morning on the based on the close to the east toward the southeast, southeast and east at 7:40 in the morning. Now let me show you something. This is it. January 14, 7:40 in the morning. We got here the Comet CTF exactly on the place where this light is, but this is zoom in. I cannot go. I cannot zoom out. This is the maximum zoom out on my program. So CTF on the 14th of January at 7:14 in the morning was present on the screen. Let's go back and let me show you this. 7:40 in the morning, 18 of, sorry, just a moment, because I want to, 18, I'm sorry, 18, this is 18, okay. Okay, this is 18, I'm sorry, I made a mistake because I have another date to show you also here. So this is 7:14 January 18. Okay, let's go here. 7:14 January 18. This is something when they appear and suddenly disappear from the camera here. And this is the original. Okay, let's go forward. And now let's see all 3 of them. This is the original CTF via telescope. This is the appearance on the 14th of the on the 18th of the January, and this is our balloon. Do you see any similarity here? Yes, you do, because this is the same object. Now, let me show you that this is the same object. So the guy who is captured this object, he said that the moon was on the right side from this object. Let me show you here. This is the moon on the right side. This is the date. Let me show you the date just a moment. I will zoom in to show you that this is Billings, Montana. It's still some other observation places. And here we are, Billings, United States. February 1st, 4:48 p.m., people. And look what we got here. We got moon on the right side, as the guy said on the video, and we got exactly here, a left from the moon, current CTFC 2022 E3. Now, let's go forward. The guy in Scotland, 14th of January 2023, 9:30 in the morning, looking north over the far skies of Scotland. Let me show you this one. And here we are. Let me again zoom in to show you what we're talking about. So this is a place of observation up in the United Kingdom, 9:30 in the morning, January 14th. Let's go back, January 14th, 9:30 in the morning. Now, this is where the guys stand and where he took the photo from. This is the other door is here, where this red arrow is present. And this here on the north is common CTFC 2022 E3. So this is another coincidence, people, another coincidence. And this is ridiculous, people. Here it is. This is from the Billings, Arizona, United States, Montana, in the moment when this was present, and the moon was present here, and the CTF was exactly on the same place where and this is the proof that we are talking about the comet CTF. So on in my blog, I have shown you that this is something you should read my article about the comet CTF, and in fact the article is about the secret astronomy, and you must first know what the secret astronomy is. So let's go back to my blog, and I want to show you something else here. We will go here, go to my blog, and then we go down, and here is the guy on his channel explain how this comet is not visible at all. He used all kind of tools and stuff to find out where the comet is present. Now let's go here. This is above the Zagreb. In the same time when comet VTM was present in the sky in the same place. This is another one with a V-shaped tail here, and another one. Here it is. And now let me show you something else. This is what the guy caught in Scotland. This is the comet VTM position also. Here it is. I marked this, and now look at this ancient comet, how they are look when they are in the sky. You remember that people at that time don't have photo cameras. They are painting this. Have you ever seen in the sky something like this? Ever? Since we have a telescope and NASA and everything? Never. Why? Because this is not visible, people. I repeat that this is not visible. So let me show you what is going on here. So this is the negative of this comet that is present in the sky. Look at the shape of this comet, and this is the ancient comet. People, we are looking at the same type of the objects. This is the secret astronomy, which is not shared with the saying we got a grant for the orientation. And now they're saying it's a balloon. It's not a balloon. It's not a balloon. What do you expect of the balloon? They never said this is the planet. This is ruined compared to their science. In another planet that's coming in the solar system, according to their science, everything will go upside down. It will be chaos inside of this planet. But this is not happening. People, this is not happening. Absolutely not happening. I don't know what to say. What do I need to convince people? And I don't know. This is very strange. I thank you, Jessica, for your donation. The next time, thank you very much. And this is what is going on. So I can give more proof than I already give you. But the most beautiful wall that they are deciding not to shoot this thing down. Why they are not shooting this thing down? Because they can't shoot this is a planet, people. And everything is I don't know what to say. I mean, how many proofs people need? Everybody's happening. People are noticing so many different occasions. Things that are not supposed to be somewhere, and all this so-called science guy are putting this under the carpet. They always find something what is got some explanation from this. I mean the scientifically explained, But this is not it. They have always prepared the answer. The crystals in the sky who are reflecting the light. The crystals in the sky. Now the guy in Croatia takes a photo of Italian coast in the distance of 150 kilometers, which according to the Earth's curvature should be 3 kilometers down, people. It's absolutely impossible that you can see the land hole from the other side of the Atlantic Sea. I mean, this is completely nonsense. And I had this somewhere here on my Twitter profile. I will show you this article just a moment to find the link. I mean, this is incredible. Just a moment, I will go here and I will have to go down and down. Just a moment. I posted
Wow.
Here it is. Okay, this is the island of Frederick and this should be 3 kilometers down, 3 kilometers down. This is absolutely nonsense, This is
So
look at it here, 150 kilometers. How can you see the land from here? It's not that high. And are not
I put the link what I am.
How can you see something with 500 meters tall? High, when the curvature is 3,000 meters long. So this is 2.5 kilometers under the side from Croatia. Look at it here. You can clearly see this. This goes on the Italy.
Wow.
The president from Croatia, from the island of it. So I think absolutely awesome. And they're still going there. Their horns, their earth is involved, blah blah blah. And this is so stupid. I don't want to even talk about this. This is very stupid.
Yeah.
So that will be all. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please find it. Ask whatever you want, and I will try to answer normal that if you're going to ask me something what I can answer. Don't ask me something that nobody knows and you expect some some answer for me. I'm just a regular guy, people. I'm not nothing special. I'm not even super intelligent or whatever. I am nowhere. Okay, I said that this is the comet also the planet. Yes, because the comets during the daytime form of the planet. They are not having any chance, and then during the daytime, and they can be seen as a moon. So what they are calling it a planet comet or comet planet. Okay, this is how they are calling this object in the sky. They are calling planet comet planet. This is not something what I invented or I just made up. This is very very known in astronomy. Comet planet. Okay, this is also
Getting colder as well. Weather.
planet. Yes, this is right. So that would be all. Thank you very much. Stay tuned and please.
There you go. He's ended it straight. Let's see if I get this video out what I saw earlier. Okay. Right, so wait.
That test today, so there's a second very really
East Midlands Ambulance Service NHS Foundation Trust Limited Company agents gangstalking Freemasons vehicle number plate.
the East Midlands Ambulance Service Limited, you're wasting public servants' funds and you can't get an ambulance.
When there's ambulance strikes in England and this area, and nobody can get an ambulance out, 2 days in a row they were going stalking outside in the car park, then on the street side, with the symbolism on their vehicle, which is changed, showing their Freemasonry symboling.
There is one right outside my
Oh, and at the same time, you have the demons possessing these individuals, and with their beams or headlights beaming down at me. Oh, and also they messed about with the water on the path. Someone has messed about not securing what do you call it? A metal cover on the path of a water meter, I assume. And as my back wheel went over it, bang! Yeah, great. And as the bloke comes up with a baby on his own in the pram, that didn't look natural either.
can't really see in this camera because and I have to my phones. 10 to 7 is UK.
10 to 7 tonight.
Oh, fuck, the servants come out the building. Really, your intimidation don't work.
They're so catchy.
And you know what? It's
Right, I'll upload that evidence.
They're gaslighting me. They're dead today. So there's
Desperados. Don't know what channel I can upload this to. Yeah, here we go. Evidence. That's demonic. Okay, let's go back to the main channel. It's not finished. Stop sharing. Now I'm going to play the audio of a spiritual nature. Oh, everyone's going for this. Oh, they don't. Look, come on, don't believe it's a balloon. Dutch sense. Chinese spy balloon is not, it's a comet. Don't fall for it. Forget to go on YouTube channel and check it out. Right. Putting this in the background as audio. Turn the stream with because I radiate in my head. Beaming down. Thank you for moderating, Mike. There's a lot going on at the moment. Trust God, don't trust your feelings.
It's very so that if it's basically according to one private investigator in Florida named David Lawson. He heard them on a scanner one night, and they were talking about meeting at a restaurant. So what he did was he went and sat in the restaurant and kind of listened to what they were talking about. And he said that he infiltrated these groups both in Canada and the U.S. and that the techniques that they used originated with the Ku Klux Klan. A lot of the harassment is psychological in nature, more than directly physical. So what happens is people can't really report a single incident because it doesn't sound very much. It's something that is based more on repetition and conditioning. So for example, let's say for several weeks in a row, every few days you found a dead animal on the front lawn. Not just once, but over and over and over. And then, one of the things that would happen at my house when I lived in Guelph was that there was a lot of vandalism of my house, different things outside. I didn't really think much of it at the time, but once I realized what was happening, it made things that hadn't make any sense to me suddenly made sense. And there were times when I wondered if I was losing it. I thought maybe it's just, I know how a person's perception can be skewed sometimes, and there were moments in time where I wondered if that was the situation. But what ended up happening was I got fed up one day, and I got a video camera. And the day that I got the video camera, I got some footage of what was going on that I completely didn't expect to get. Like it's the only thing that ended up validating the situation. I thought, oh, finally, I can see that something really bizarre is going on, and I have it on tape and so on. So I'm going to leave some of it here, but it's only 5 minutes of footage on a DVD, but I've got some pictures. You probably can't see it all that well, but this is the main one. This guy kind of watching me from behind the bushes there. Right? It's kind of peering up from there. I took the video camera. It was that size, and I had it covered completely in a black cloth so that there wasn't anything reflective, or in fact, you couldn't tell what it was. And I was sitting in my car. This is just the hood of my car. And I played with the zoom, and I zoomed in, and I didn't even realize the guy was sitting there because I couldn't see him when I was sitting in my car. But I zoomed in, and I found him on the viewing lens, and I thought, well, I'll just sit here and see what happens. And I ran the tape for 5 minutes. And a number of things happened, but this guy would give a hand signal.
Yeah.
He would either point at something, or he would go like this, right? He'd like shrug his shoulders, and then either someone would come up on a bike, or come up walking up, or a car would come up. And so the first thing that happened was these ladies walked up, and I don't know what happened. They turned around and looked in my direction, and then this lady actually pointed at me. But there's absolutely no way from where they were that they could. I'm just sitting in my parked car, right? I'm not doing anything. And then this white car came along. He gave a signal. White car came by with a missing hubcap. And then I didn't realize this because I couldn't tell from sitting there, but after I reviewed the video, I realized that the white car came back a second time, and then the white car came by a third time, like all within 5 minutes. This guy, right from way off, about 100 feet away, but because I had the zoom on that corner, was watching where I was sitting. Up the wrong side of the road, right towards me, watching the whole time. So these people didn't know, obviously, that I was videotaping them, or else they were perturbed. And what I realized later was that this was the first time in the 3 years that this had been taking place that I hadn't gotten in my car and driven away the first time, because I was taped. Otherwise, I would get in my car and I would leave. Now, these people do all kinds of things, and I can't even begin to kind of summarize what happens to different people. But in different areas, there may be different tactics that are used. The point is to let the person who's being stalked know in one way or another. Once they know, they can do pretty much anything, and the person knows they're there. They're hyper aware all the time when they go out of this kind of thing. And so sometimes incidents will happen that have nothing to do with these people. But the person who it's happening to is so sensitized to the situation that everything looks like it's this, right? And I know that I struggle constantly with saying to myself, you don't know for sure, you can't know for sure. Certainly in this case, it was pretty clear what was happening. But in other cases, you don't know. So part of this is to undermine a person psychologically, and not only that, but they call someone, they tell the family immediately wants to commit them, because they say, well, groups of people are stalking, and it looks like paranoia. So it's pretty effective, actually. People get so stressed by the situation that they lose their jobs, and they never really gain credibility. What's the point behind that, right? Where the people just have reason to keep going Well, in my case, I can't come up with a clear reason, but I suspect I just pissed off the wrong person in the wrong place. I mean, I used to be very outspoken, and I speak my mind and that kind of thing. And I think that I was told by a number of people that grew up in Guelph, that Guelph is a mafia town, and yada, yada, yada. So I don't know if there's a connection there, but it started there. And so it would make sense. That's the only thing that's going to make sense to me. In other situations, it's more obvious. It's someone who suspects their ex is trying to get back at them, or in one woman's case, she was a whistleblower for a local drug dealer, and then it started to happen to her. And so sometimes there are reasonable explanations, for sure. Sometimes there aren't, and I would suspect in some cases it may not be happening. But I'll cover that later. So I refer to that as gang stalking, but there's going to be different terms used by different people. The other thing, which I have to cover really, really quickly, is I wanted to leave some time basically to talk.
I'm not sure.
Especially in Mexico, where it's difficult to get to work.
International musicians being seen and supported to tour in the U.S. It's what the annual Global Fest gathering is about. The audience is a mix of the general public and, crucially, more than 1,000 representatives from performing art.
Time travels, aliens, distractions.
Just ate up a spoon. Yes, fucking spoon. Spoon feed, motherfuckers. All of these distractions. I'm not saying that the protesting is wrong. I'm not saying that anything that happened there was wrong. That shit needs to happen. Needs to be more of it happening. Reason to bring in martial law. Okay, that was step one. Give them a reason to implement more of a police state upon the people that are in the United States and around the world. Give them another reason to, push it some more. Thing two, cause a boycott to where it completely crashes the US dollar bill. It's no surprise. It's no mystery that we have sold our asses to China. It's not a mystery. It's fucking common knowledge. We've officially moved from the beginning of this boycott from number 1 to number 2. And like Ricky Bobby says, if you're not first, you're last. And everyone's starting to realize we've been saying that we're going to do all of these things and we're the top-notch Mac Daddies of the world. But they're starting to realize that don't mean shit because we ain't got the gold to back up our fake fucking paper money that everyone in America is so obsessed with. Okay? That was another distraction. Okay? Distraction. That was one. And then the next distraction was in the middle of all this, and it was Ebola. Fucking Ebola. Came out of nowhere. It was like, oh, hey, I'm Ebola. Nice to meet you. We're going to hang out for a little while, scare the shit out of a bunch of motherfuckers. And then just poof. Poof. We're gone now. The fuck? No, for real. Like, where'd it go? What happened to it? Did it just disappear? Did it just fucking implode? Where'd it go? Nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows. Okay? Distraction. Okay? Another distraction. They're saying that they're fixing to go and we're making friends with Cuba and we're going to be buddies and get back in the corner club with Cuba and all that shit. You know, it should happen. Cuba should do whatever. But is the real reason why they're going after Cuba is because Ms. Shakur is still there? Is that what it is? Are you trying to get all the people that are hiding in Cuba away from the government that got away from the system? Is that the real reason why this is going on? Why are you still worried about Cuba now? You know, what about the fact of the matter that, you know, that the Russian president, whatever his name is, Putin fella, he's been bashing the fucking NWO for a while now. Okay, clearly, y'all NWO motherfuckers have lost your foothold. Because I can't be the only one that's noticing these distractions. And that's the best part about the whole situation. Because I'm starting to realize that, you know, I'm not alone, but there's not many people, you know, out there that are actually seeing what the fuck's going on. You know, what we really need to be doing and really need to be focusing on right now is definitely not what we're being told and definitely not what we see every day that we need to be looking into. You know, there's a lot of shit that's hidden from the masses underneath all these piles of fucking distraction shits. You know? Yeah, some shit needed to be done with the whole way that every 28 hours, a black man in the United States is shot down dead. Every 28 hours. Why? Why the fuck are you targeting them? You know, what the are you that scared of the motherfuckers that you're trying to wipe them out completely? I mean, what is it? You've already buried civilizations under fucking open where towns you put libraries of information to hide the fucking truth. The fuck? Seriously, did you honestly think, you little troll bitches, that shit was going to stick around and you were going to be able to pull off this lie forever? No, it's fucked up. And when you really think about how fucked up it is, it just baffles me that people just continue to go along with it. They're fighting to protect the fucked upness. And that's what's crazy. Like, the nation of all the marches and all that shit was to get cameras on the cops. But when all the marching started, we had already watched several people murdered by the cops on camera, and the cops didn't even get in trouble. You know, there was a girl in town, she was like 13, in the town that I live in, that was, you know, punched in the face and maced by a cop because she didn't want to get put in handcuffs. She was like 13 years old, and a cop punched her right in her fucking face. And then she bit him. I'm gonna bit him ass. That motherfucker just punched me. Of course I'm gonna bite the bitch. And then he's tasing this little girl and fucking punching her in the face. I thank God he didn't kill her. He wouldn't have got in trouble. You know, another incident, just right here in the town that I live in. Dude was in his house, minding his own business. Lived across the street from an elementary school, minding his own fucking business in his house with his radio on behind his garage door. Okay? Didn't do nothing wrong. Wasn't drunk, wasn't doing anything. They claim he was drunk. He wasn't fucking drunk. Shot him through his fucking garage door, came to his house and shot him through his garage fucking door. All right, had full SWAT out there. They knew he killed him. They knew they killed him. Knew they fucking killed him. The whole neighborhood was out there. Had the dude laying in a pool of blood in there dying. Heard him fucking dying, but left him there for fucking hours. You know, Willie, and then everybody's talking about Will Lynch. Willie Lynch was a fictional character, yeah, but the shit that's been instilled because of that fictional fucking character is ruining America. It's fucking demolishing all these people and all this, you know, potential that could be, you know, seized by these people and by these different, because they're so wrapped up in these distractions. You know, how the fuck are you going to do anything if all you're worried about is what the TV's telling you or what the distractions that are being pumped and the propaganda being pumped? You know, Sony gets fucking hacked. Talking about Kevin Hart, and then Kevin Hart's all in his butt because somebody called him a fucking whore or some shit. Oh, I built my brand. Oh, I built my brand. You didn't build your, and you were shoved down our fucking throats, you midget bitch. Everywhere you look, it was
I'm not
Kevin
playing
Hart
this
for
with the
years.
language.
One in 7 children does not have enough food to live a healthy and active life. But what does it take to end global hunger? It costs 80 cents to feed one hungry child.
Desire to connect with something bigger than himself. The desire to associate and think our worth is something permanent. Something that remains constant over time. Something that will last. As believers, our search for that enduring anchor of life is the Word of God. Why should we risk our lives on this? Because heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Matthew 24:35. Today, be reminded that God's Word is eternal. It will not pass away. It will endure throughout time and into eternity. How often we lose sight of the incredible power in the Word. Here's a reminder to get back to the
It's
Word.
interesting when you see Mason gangstalking. Illuminati, Freemason.
Lift you, strengthen and gladden your heart like God designed it. Relying on God's Word is a choice. It's a conscious decision to trust Him at all times, even when doubt creeps in. Doubt kills faith. Satan, our adversary, is well aware of it. That is why we must choose to believe God's Word. Stand on the Word when you're looking for answers, need direction, or just want to hear from the Lord about something in your life. The Bible says in John 10:26, "My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me."
What I'm going to do is play the evidence of my labs and how they attacked me. TI Brain News. Let me just check. My lab's military black ops operations. Oh, it's demonic. That's weird, isn't it? They target people to don't give them monkeys. Times with them. It's terrorism, isn't it? All your personal information and confidential information is unlawfully held, manipulated. You're put on a terrorist screening database. This International Targeted Justice website.com tells you about it. very demonic times. Aren't they? They use everything thrown at you. It's just demonic. Cyberpunk. Do you know? Sometimes you can sleep, sometimes I can't. You know, sometimes you can sleep, sometimes you can't. Right, let me find this. The sounds of this is very, it's disturbing. Very disturbing. Hmm. 15 hours ago. It's made my stomach turn.
What is so strange is some of these altars are so complex.
Supersoldierstalk.net is useful to know, but the rest of this is really demonic.
Activity.
These are the sounds of soul catching. They're sucking my energy dry when I'm meant to be asleep. And he would basically put you under this program. And the advancement technology is extremely advanced. So they manipulate your dreams as well. And I don't consent to this, ever. Put me in my life program. I'm not going to for nobody. This is what they do. It's demonic. So I can't sleep safely in the own home anymore. I've got nothing to read anymore because I attacked staff seeds. You place somebody in my way, you doing things out there. Everything I need in my life you block. You're connected. I know how you're connected now. You try and destroy my physical existence, you destroy my flat, you destroy the ability to live here, you destroy, you know, everything about my physical existence. You make sure the Freemasons are used to block for 2.5 years, servicing my medical equipment. You know exactly, I know the law, you know exactly what I know. And you try and twist everything, really. And you back each other up because your bloodline families are deeply rooted in the non-human entities. Your bloodlines are being, these bloodline families are infiltrated every society in the world. 13 bloodline families from history from biblical times. It's just a while. And spiritually speaking, societies, they know who you are, these demons. And since you're since you're created and you're born into this matrix world, and you're just something about you. I'm not expert in this. Something about your soul. It's like to monitor you throughout your whole life. It's a bit like the movie Adjustment Bureau. Oh, the Freemasons are heavily much involved in Mormons. I got out of it when I was a young girl, and they targeted me ever since my whole life. I was 17 and a half when I got out, and they had to target me. And they manipulated my own family at the time, before I had my kids, to gaslight me, target me, lie about me, manipulate everything about me. And it began with me older brother Bob. Couldn't believe it. And then it began with my other brother Peter, ex-army. He was in the British Army then. And my own brother put me in a program. My own ex-British Army knew this, not perhaps everything, but he knew some of this program existed. And my brother must have seen a lot of stuff because he has so much PTSD. And he's manipulating my daughter since you can't make up what they've done to my family, my own family, throughout my whole life. It began when they were bloody, my son was 5 months old. I was 5 months, a bit younger. And then my daughter at 1.5. The trauma side. That was my own family did that. And then it began even worse. The violence in my life, the trauma, the people in my life, and then I made an effort to turn it around. I turned it around. I fought back. I'm not going to have my life destroyed. So I fought back. And of course, that's when I started stumbling across truths. I started finding out about paedophilia. I didn't know all this existed. Always have. And who was involved. I found out who specifically. I could name and shame quite a lot of people, but I don't. It's not my place. Because they're the souls are sold out there, souls to Satan. So I did the best I could. It wasn't perfect. The lifestyles I had was very much against Christianity. Oh, I hated everything to do with faith and Christianity. I met really, really well-known people. A mix of all sorts of them. Oh, done it, been there, got the t-shirt. You think you can manipulate my private life now? You got me run over 2009. You planted that serial killer in my life 2002. I mean, what haven't you done? So it's like all these things put in front of people. It's one thing after another. So yeah, I won't be able to sleep. I'll be up all night now. There's only one place I know I can go, but it's not a Christian place. I know that. It is not a kind of environment. I know they will still use the brain interface technology. Yeah, they'll use their energy weapons no matter where I go, where I am. But until I'm actually physically asleep, they can't do the mind labs. They can't do the military inductions. Yeah. So you just, I can't put it into words. Because if you're up all night, they'll make sure you're triggered the next day even more. And it's like a repetitive cycle. But anyway, the times are here now that it's end of days. It's end of days. I really don't want this anymore. You know, I'm not an angel, I'm not perfect. I've been there, done it, got the t-shirt, but I would not sell out. I wouldn't drink kids' blood. I wouldn't commit horrendous, demonic, satanist things. that you do. I wouldn't do all this. I've never ever, no matter how bad it gets, never get that way. Never. And money. You hear this? Hear what they do? They physically drain me. Stargate technology, through the wall technology, different dimensions, reptilians. It sounds all far-fetched, doesn't it? And I'm waking up. That's me waking up. I'm meant to be asleep at the same time. Just think what it's like to wake up to listen to all this. When I wake up, I can't just stay awake up and listen back to this. Do you know what that's like? It's really demonic. So, I've got to find somewhere I can get a takeaway. That's open. It's not ideal. So I can use that for half a meal or 2 meals. I deserve. It's just a bit of a mission to get there and to get the other direction this time. I suppose I could order it, but I don't need to do that. I just feel like it. You reptilians that physically assault me every night. So the sounds you can hear being physically assaulted every night. Don't repair my bloody door because you want to make sure people enter my home without consent. Torture me. I try to watch comedy films, spiritual, uplifting things to fight this off me. And they're just sucking my energy, sucking me dry. And they're making it bluntly clear to put these Freemasons in my path. You know, you sold your soul out. When you get to 3-degree Mason and you get a higher level Master Mason, you know you're worshipping the demonic side of Satan's. I was married once. I didn't know it at the time, all those years ago. But I do now, of course. I didn't know a lot of things a long time ago. You mobbed me, right? So I want to go shortly because I don't feel safe in my own home. I really don't feel safe. You know, you make sure the back door's kicked in, the main block of flats kicked in. I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. Those perhaps that bloody at 7, the constant drinking, the smoking dope. You know, they could set the bloody building on fire. I don't feel safe. Not physically, in the physical existence. Spiritually, I'll be okay. I know that. But physically, the environment is not. It's not safe. Whether it's inside or outside, it's not safe for me. They always keep trying to scaremonger with the cars, try and hit me again in the wheelchair. They don't repair my wheelchair correctly. They've been doing that since I got the contract. This company, November 2021, set me up March 2022. plate for repair motor, 22nd July 2022. Put 2 parts on it, motors. Claimed it's safe, but when I'm using it outside, it's a risk to me. They're blaming me that I can't use water. Yeah, but I've had since 2010 indoor and outdoor use. Assumptions being made here, and then offer to reassess me. No, there's no lawful medical grounds to do so. All due respect, they've been used by this National Housing Company local agents in the area to do that. Always have been. You get the housing agent, she's that really nasty. She's outside my window tapping gas. Stuart lives out opposite me, flat. He's been libeling and slandering me since I moved in. He's behind a lot of it when I first moved in. And he thinks he's somebody special. What did you do, Stuart? Did you murder somebody? Allegedly. Did you go and do demonic things with your Satanist connections? Demonically. Did you travel abroad that time to do demonic things? Yeah. You had your new flooring done, yeah. Were you underground tunnels around here? Yeah. You're mixing with very people I know all about with a pedophilia ring. That's not changed. It's just got more very sophisticated. You see me as a threat to you? Well, I'm no threat to nobody, nor myself. Nobody. I haven't harmed nobody. And you stitch me up all the bloody time. But I fight back. But I don't physically do it like that unlawfully. I do it lawfully and honourably. But we're not dealing with those that got any heart. Don't care. But you see, I'm not the only one though. This is worldwide. It's been going on a long time. And who was prosecuted first on this earth? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You know, the biblical terminology back all those centuries ago. Organised religion. The mainstream side of it is being infiltrated. And it's just like, wow, you're waking up to a whole world of information and the research you find out, and you have to check your facts. You can't just say things, you have to really, for your own discernment, check the facts. Because then they're gonna, otherwise they make out anything you put up and any platform is always going to be monitored. Doesn't matter whether it's a phone, everything's always, like Edward Snowden used to say, everything's always been monitored. If you think telephones, the communications, you know, before my time, before my mum's time, was designed to monitor people. I love watching the old Western films before we had modern technology, so to speak. It's just like so refreshing to see how people coped without mainstream plumbing. Today, my bloody pipes, well, yesterday now. Oh, for goodness me, they haven't repaired my tap since 2021. I reported my taps. The breach of contract and housing. You know, you just can't make it up. Anyway. You're hacking way to that. I mean, you always keep triggering me. Makes it difficult to relax. That's it I need. I don't need to do anything else. Wow. It makes you wonder alcohol was invented. Cigarettes was invented. Oh, wow. I'm just cool, empowered. Oh, Mr. Cool, not up for talking. Bloody trigger me off today. You said Discord, you're on Discord. I think Mo's gone now. My head's been radiated. I'm really having a bad time. Let me check Discord. You've been on that. Oh, I'm bloody playing that crap. Fucking feel like going out. But I practically is not wise. Let me just check Discord if you're on that. Empowered. I'm just trying to. Right, I've got it. I'm going to meet me and call you if you can hear me. I'm calling you, Empowered. I've called you on Discord. You're not answering. Are you not answering your Discord? Oh. Can you hear me? If you're still in the chat, can you hear me? I'll try you again. Okay. Let me mute it. Hello?
You're alright.
Alright, let me just mute. Hold on. empower.
Someone more
down towards.
Okay, change the subject now. I was on a call for quite a while with somebody. It's not a balloon. It's not an EMP. It's Nibiru. It's a planet. They're covering up with all this. This is another YouTube channel, and he's got different platforms. The PSYOP is using this. You know, is this a balloon? Oh, come on. 4,000 people viewing this. Right. Let's see where he's getting his information from. Okay, I'm gonna go sleep in a minute. I must say, Empowered, you've done me a great favour today, because they were triggering me off, so thank you. Good luck for later on. You know who you are when I say that. Right, okay. So it was seen over Missouri, Connecticut, and New York. It's all pre-planned. Project Bluebeam. Right. They always have cookies on my bloody thing anyway. The wrong Mumbo and D-Way. This is website. I can't afford these bloody things. 400 or maybe 1,000 for that. And these that he's promoting on his website. People don't realise they can't afford these things. So they claim the Chinese spy balloon may have been bioweapons in it. Did it take off from... Oh, for goodness me. Come on, really? Against the growing YouTube channels already covered this. No, they're covering up for Nibiru, the planet. I can't get off that now. I clicked on something. Oh my gosh. Here you go. Right. It's all over social media. This is when a weather broke 25 years ago. Fighter jets fired 1,000 rounds at it and couldn't bring it down because it's a bloody planet, you idiots. Oh, look. Google News. Oh, Yahoo News. Come on. Trusted source of news. Really? Okay. What else? Okay. Washington Examiner. You believe that, do you? Dry run. Balloons called top delivery platform for nuclear EMP attacks? No. Don't trust the Daily Mail because mainstream media are controlled. Doesn't matter what country you're in. Don't. Oh God, you could tell he's not bloody. Oh come on, he's disinformation agent, allegedly. Fox News, really? TheDry.com. Oh my goodness me, they're all falling for it. They're all flocking to his channel, thinking it's. Let's go to this channel. We know Chinese communists is going to take over eventually in America. I've seen these films produced in the 1980s. Oh look, they're implying Chinese spy balloon reaches Missouri. No, it is not a spy balloon. Come on, wake up. Smell the coffee. Again. Oh, come on. Don't trust Yahoo. Be prepared for grid down scenario. Solar generator. Who could afford them the times we're living in? Look at this. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen share, am I? Okay, I'll screen share this, what I was just saying about. This is not, and shortly I'll just keep streaming because I'm going to go to sleep. I'll put the earphones in. This is not a balloon, it is planet Nebra, one of the planets connected to the Wormwood system. This is disinformation about a spy balloon. Subject. Look. PayPal him. Yeah, how much he's making. Look at this. He's on Rumble Life. Don't know if I've got to live installed. It's a spy balloon. I don't use that software. I haven't used it in a long time. DLive.tv. You can tell he's been hacked, and when you're TI, you are not going to be able to get communications across. So if it's going to open, I don't know. It's just listening to it while works.
I don't think TV. That is our second.